study hall kicking off live. And I'm going to be going into a meeting shortly, but I'll be here. And hoping I'm motivating you to get some things done. What's up, Guzel? Günaydın, 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 günaydın. Welcome to the study hall. What are you going to be working on? Ha! Athena is back. You couldn't resist. You couldn't resist. Welcome.
There we go.
Hey, what's up, Stephen? How are you?
Good morning, how are you?
Good, good. Just so you know, we're on the YouTube live stream again, so don't say anything that your face isn't on live, but people might hear your voice.
Oh, okay.
Just building up more watch time. So how's it going? Good morning.
Good morning. It's going well.
So I was just let me share my screen. I was just gonna make the pull request to merge to master. Merge dev to master. I'll launch solid queue. And just look at the changes here. I just want to go through these and make sure that these look correct. So far, so good?
So far, it's looking good.
Okay. Solid cache, active job, solid cache. The proc file you updated, is that correct?
Looks correct. Yep.
The README. Okay.
Looks good.
Good. Application job.
Looks good.
Configure cable.
Yep, that looks good.
Down there, writing production.
Correct.
Okay. Cache.yaml.
Good.
Development.rb.
Yep, that looks good.
Okay. Production.rb.
Looks good.
Okay. Staging, we deleted that, which is
Correct.
what we wanted to do. Initializers assets. Yeah, 1.2 because you changed that to 1.3 on that other PR. So we're good. Redder initializer if environment Q equals sidekick. Yeah.
Looks good. Yep.
Okay. Guys, I'm just doing a meeting here. If you're wondering why I can't, well, I'm not talking to you guys. Config initializer sidekick is good. Q.yaml. We reduced the batch size to 150.
Yep, that looks good.
Routes.
That looks good.
And then we made those big changes to the schema, which we discussed yesterday. Okay, so let me
Okay.
review changes. Oh, did I not make a... Wait, what's going on here? Oh, maybe it's under conversation. All right, emerge without... Oh. Okay. What's up, everybody? Okay, let's see if we can push this now. Git pull or master. Now, before we push to Heroku, we need to put in development mode. Is that right?
Yeah, well, into maintenance.
Maintenance mode. Okay. On. Okay, and then what? Whoop. Oh, re-authenticate. Let's see. Wait, what? But it says that I'm logged in again. That's weird. Oh, maintenance mode is on, so that worked fine. We need to go to config vars, and you want me to change this to Q? There should be something that said sidekick, right?
Well, when we rolled back, those got unset. I was just setting the JE mallet.
But no, but also the one that said we said something where it was setting it to sidekick, right?
Oh, right, the Q service.
Do we need that?
Yes. Yep.
So we have to add a new one?
Yep.
So the value is solid, and what's the key?
Q service.
Add?
Yep, that looks good.
Okay. Do we have to add any others?
Well, I'm adding the host name right now, but I think that was all. You said you took a picture or a screenshot.
Yeah, I put that into the Upwork chat.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, it was the host name, the Q service, the email. I'm trying to think if there was one more thing.
Did you
Let's see.
Did you find that?
The host name?
No, I mean, did you find the chat that had those keys?
Yep, here it is. Okay, so yep. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, we don't should need that. Job concurrency, I accept that. So yeah, I think we're good. It's just the host name, but I think that was set to Roku app.
Athena, you can't donate now, but your time here is counting towards watch time, and when we get to 3,000 hours, the channel gets monetized, and you can super chat break diving as much as you like. And technically, I think they will be tax deductible for you. So, Stephen, what are you working on something over there?
What? I'm looking. Yeah, I'm double checking the host name for production there. Let me see. See if I can grab that. All right, so there I've got the host name's value, making sure that was correct.
Is the host name value related to solid Q?
Yeah, because I added that host name variable there to that way it will work.
So the site is that
host name.
that's added now?
Yep, the host name, Q service, Malik config.
Where's host name? Maybe I need to refresh.
Oh,
Let me see.
yeah, maybe a refresh.
Oh, I see host name. Yep. Okay. J Malik enabled. Okay. Q service is solid. So we should push now to push to Heroku.
Yes, I would say.
Okay.
And we got it's in maintenance mode. Is there any connections active? There should be. The job queue empties out pretty fast, so. And it's been in maintenance mode now?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it should be.
Okay, get push Heroku master. Now, what are we going to test? We're just going to test to make sure that the chat room still works?
Yeah, mostly if the chat room works good. Maybe leave a comment, see if those jobs get added. And then it's just going to be watching to make sure these resources can handle it, make sure there's not any major errors. I know there's a chance that it might, it seemed like it used a little more memory than Redis. That's why I was just concerned a little bit about just the memory, but it should, because when I was reviewing the spikes for your workers, they never spiked more than 100 megabytes. So based on where it was, I think it should hold up.
Installing solid cache. So basically, it's no longer right now. After this goes live, we're not using Redis anymore. All right. And we're not using Sidekick either?
That's right.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So then it would be admin/jobs to view those. Let's see here.
All right, let me go back. Oh, wait, there we go. We got, where's maintenance mode? There, okay, so let me wait till it's, how long after it's done can we take it off maintenance mode? Immediately, right?
Yeah, once it's done deploying, yep, I'd say.
Okay. Remember, guys, this is a study hall. You can watch me doing this meeting. You can mute me. The idea is to inspire you to get something done as well. Come join our community at breakdiving.io. Please subscribe. Thanks for clicking like. Okay. Okay. I'm going to take off maintenance mode.
Okay.
All right, now the test. Let's first refresh the page, make sure we don't get any crazy errors. Oh, you got a comment from Beatrice.
I got a comment?
Yeah, from on your welcome message.
Oh, nice. Yeah, let's see if I can log in here.
Okay. Oh, good. And the messages, the notifications appear to be working. Beatrice and 2 others, fantastic. Let me go to the chat room. The moment of truth. Can you go to the chat room too? And
Let me see.
hey, let me see if this is okay, Steven. And
No, it didn't.
negative. So how do we diagnose this? What did we not do?
Yeah, okay. So let's see. Oh, yeah, let me get the logs up. All right. Oh.
What is it? Heroku? Oh yeah, Heroku logs tail.
There we go. Yeah, Heroku logs tail. Chat rooms that include the job. Oh. Let me see.
I see. Redis is still working, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's what I'm seeing here. Action cable, active job. Okay. Yeah, it looks like. Okay, well, let me see. What if you go to admin sidekick? That shouldn't.
Let me see. Admin/sidekick. The page you're looking for doesn't exist.
All right. Well, then how about admin jobs? Then it should have jobs in there if it's running.
One default job. That's good. That's my chat message, right?
Okay. Yep. That's probably the pending. Let's see what if it on that queue. Pending. It doesn't click on it or do anything. Oh well.
There it is. Chat message relay job.
And queued 2 minutes ago. So it queued the job.
Here it is.
Provider job ID. No. The provider job ID. No. Okay. Yeah, shouldn't be. So it's like Sidekick's not running, but Solid's not performing. I wonder if we needed to turn off that other dyno, but I don't think so. But
Where are you talking about?
well, because we have it set for dyno 1 and worker 1 and worker 2, but I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing that reflected here. When I deployed this to staging, once I deployed it, it added 2 new workers. You see? Yeah, if you go to Heroku under the dynos,
Resources.
It just has the regular web dyno and the worker dyno.
Yeah.
But when I deployed this to staging, as soon as I deployed it, that worker dyno went away, and it was replaced with worker 1 and worker 2. But I'm not seeing that here. That's not happened. So it just doesn't have a worker. So as soon as we get this worker set up, then
well, how is this going to cost less money if we're going to have 2 worker dynos?
Well, we don't have to have 2. I thought if we had to in the next 1 or 2 days.
Keep them both running just so we don't have to reconfigure them, and then turn off the second one.
Right. Yep. If there's any issue, if it's not handling the load, because right now the memory, well, it's not actually running any jobs.
So this is config/sidekick. Do we need to create another worker that's going for config/solid or something?
Yes, but yeah, I'm confused because we added that to the proc file. Okay, yeah, I didn't have to do anything special on staging. Once I deployed it, it saw those changes on the proc file, and it automatically got rid of the worker dyno and added worker 1 and worker 2. So we must have to do something manually. Roku didn't pick up my...
Hi guys, welcome to the Break Diving Study Hall Focus Room. My name is Monroe Mann. I'm in a coding meeting with one of my teammates for the Break Diving website. You're welcome to come join us at breakdiving.io. That's our community. It's free to join. We're not-for-profit. And that's that. Thanks for clicking like. Thanks for subscribing to our channel. And most importantly, try to get some things done. Get some things done. That's right. Join breakdiving. breakdiving.io. That's the website. How are we doing, Stephen?
Not seeing anything. I have to.
Can you give me something to type in a chat GPT? Maybe I could find some help too.
Yeah. Well, you could say that you.
Here. Tell me to just dictate and I'll type. We what?
I changed the proc file to include worker 1 and worker 2.
We changed the proc file to include worker 1 and worker 2.
And after pushing to Heroku, it didn't automatically assign the new workers.
It didn't automatically remove the current worker and add these 2 new workers. What can we do? Yeah, Heroku should automatically pick up the change and restart the documents. If it doesn't happen, check the current dyno setup Heroku PS. We already did that.
Yep. Oh, there we go. So we could just run that command, Heroku. Okay.
Do you want me to run that?
Yeah, yep, you could run that. Add one dyno for that.
So.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it didn't do
Heroku, wait, do I do Heroku run?
No.
Or no, just Heroku PS, yeah.
Yep. There we go.
Okay.
There. Now let's check that resources page.
There we go.
Excellent. Now I bet if you go back.
Oh, solid Q start. Awesome. Okay. So let me go back to the page. Let's go back to breakdiving.io. So the chat room should work now?
Yes.
Good morning. Guys, you saw it first here. We got the chat room working on solid Q. High five, Steven.
Yeah.
How good are you feeling right now?
Good.
All right, so can you go into your account and respond? Make sure it works for two people.
Okay. Yep. Let me.
So worker one's probably not. We're not having to pay for worker one right now because it's not being run. Am I right?
Well, no, that's not right. So here I can show you real quick. Let me see. You're on it there. Okay, so if you go back to Heroku, I can show you how to.
Yep.
Okay, so go to worker one and then hit the edit button, and then.
Should we go to 0? Should we try to see if it works at 0?
Okay, yeah, because it looks a little different in staging, but yeah, let's try that. Okay, yep, that's how it would work. And then confirm that, and then with that dyno off, everything we would expect it to still work.
Okay,
that
so
would be there.
So now see if you can respond to me in the chat room with a nice good morning.
Okay, let's see. Log in.
Yeah. Oh, Athena, don't do that. On this channel, you've got to be very different because you have to be. I mean, it's a not-for-profit. Our mission is to improve people's happiness, success, and friendships, and it's 100% not a dating site. And we make it very clear when people join that you can't use it as a dating site. So don't want to give anybody even a false impression that they could come here and find their special someone. They might find the special someone, but not. Like we have people that join, like in the application that goes, "Hi, I'm lonely. I'm looking for a wife. I'm hoping to find one." I was like, that's not why you're joining breakdiving. If you find a wife, great, but.
That's what the lonely posts are.
No. Oh, it worked.
Yes, we got it in.
I
got a chat in. It looks like it works here.
Unbelievable. And so we're gonna. Are we paying for Redis and Sidekick right now, or we're still paying for Redis?
Nope. It's only, as far as from what I understand, it's only billed if it's running. And so since you turned that process off, because it was going to charge, what was it, about 1.3 pennies per hour, I think it said, or something like that.
It's 2 cents per hour.
Yep. So then but then by turning it off, it said it was going to charge you 0. So yeah, if you ever needed to.
Wait, but it still says I'm on Redis Premium for 2 cents an hour here.
Oh, I was talking about the worker. You mean the database itself?
Yeah. Let me. Should I click Modify Plan?
I mean, you could. Delete.
Oh, it says a max of $15 a month. Which,
yeah. Yep. You're getting charged 2 pennies per hour. So yeah, if you think it's worth it to keep it for an extra day, just so that if
Yeah.
you have to, yeah.
This way we don't have to re-provision it and get it all set up again, right?
Yep. Yeah, and once
Okay.
everything's confirmed, then it should be.
And we can leave worker 1 here turned off. We could actually just keep that always like that, because in case we ever want to go back to Sidekick if the jobs get too big.
Yep.
Where can we see how many jobs are being run? Is that back in admin/jobs?
Yes.
Let's look at that. Breakdiving.o/admin/jobs. So there are no pending. Look at that. There's nothing failed. Isn't that's I've never seen that ever.
That's
So
good.
finished jobs. Oh, this is so awesome. And all right, so what were you now? How many jobs do we need before we'd have to revert back to Redis and Sidekick?
Well, that's hard to say, but the benchmarks that I saw, I'm trying to remember the exact number, but I thought they said in that benchmark or in that post I was reading, I thought it had said you probably won't notice a speed advantage with Redis over SolidQ, well, unless there's something with your, like right now you've got some limitations with your setup, but they said assuming with whatever setup they had, they didn't see any performance benefits by using Redis until after they had more than 36 or 3,200 jobs per second or something like that. Then they started to say, whoa, Redis might actually be a little faster once it got to that realm. But that's the founder of Rails there. I think he said they were doing 5.4 million jobs each day, but obviously they probably have a dedicated job server.
To have before we have to switch back to Redis, Sidekick,
Oh, there you go.
or have to upgrade a web or worker dynos. Worker, right?
Yeah, probably worker.
I'll just put upgrade dynos. It should. Let's see what it says. I'm glad your scaling worked. As for switch to SolidQ.
Okay.
SolidQ is a lightweight file-based queue system. It's well suited for small-scale applications and environments with fewer jobs. It can struggle with high job volumes. SolidQ doesn't handle concurrency as well as Redis-backed systems like Sidekick, which can handle many workers running in parallel. Sidekick with Redis offers more durability, while SolidQ's persistence model may not be as robust. If your job are simple, handling chat messages, and not time-sensitive, SolidQ may be enough. Well, they are time-sensitive because they have to happen in real time.
Yeah, right. And if your setup is good, it shouldn't have an issue.
Oh, if you're sending dozens of jobs per minute, dozens or hundreds of jobs. So, I mean, that would be like if we have 100 people sending chat messages all at the same time.
What is it saying? If you are sending dozens or hundreds of jobs, yeah, I would say that's probably false.
All right, Redis is optimized for high throughput scenarios. Can handle thousands or million jobs per day. Okay.
And so can SolidQ. Yeah, that's proven.
As traffic increases, you'll likely start to see performance bottlenecks. You want to switch back to Redis if you're handling 1,000 jobs per day, handling multiple chat messages at once. If SolidQ causes significant slowdowns or missed jobs, SolidQ may not be as fault tolerant. It's a sign you need Redis, Sidekick's durability and fault tolerance. Upgrade dynos. You don't need to upgrade dynos unless the volume of jobs is very high.
But I wouldn't trust all of this information, partially because.
Oh, I never do. 100%. Yeah.
And I can see it now because you can tell that some of chat I wish it had a name like Siri. Sounds better, but
Yeah.
some of these opinions that it's.
Oh, you know what we could call it? Jippity, like GPT.
Oh,
Jippity, like Jiminy Cricket. Jippity.
yeah. So I do agree, though. That was the concern I had, mostly because of your limitations, just with your Heroku and such. But I kind of thought if you did decide to take advantage of trying to use Kamal and Thruster to just have like your own Heroku setup.
Yeah, that's something to consider down the line.
Yeah.
The only thing we'd start to
Then
notice
you
that
think
chat
we'll have
messages
to-
is take longer to load and are not
Have to worry about performance at all.
instantaneous.
Well, not at all. The only thing I noticed that-
So the most
so
notable
here-
issue is that chat messages take longer to load and not process as quickly. Okay. You'll see a
wonder-
backlog of jobs waiting to be processed.
And I wonder, that could be true because remember it said with Solid Q and with Rails 8, they introduced that precision. They made that decision to not be as. Remember, they made that decision. Wasn't it they introduced?
Oh,
that?
they dropped the precision thing because but that's true. That's true. We don't care if a message, if you and I post a chat message, if you post it 2 seconds before me, but mine gets posted first and then yours, that's not going to ruin the live chat.
No, and it won't mess up. It shouldn't mess up the order. Like if my job for some reason fails because there's a bottleneck on the network, my job could fail, which means my chat could end up in the failed column, and yours could end up going through because there wasn't a network issue when you posted. But you wouldn't post if mine didn't go through. But yeah, I would say I don't think that the chat jobs will fail. But here's a good test. What about if you make a new post or a comment? Because that is supposed to create 1,000 jobs.
Oh, good. All right.
Yeah, well, let me open up the metrics.
Can you do a new post rather than me, so it's not me always posting, and just do another one like I don't know. Share some wisdom. I'm sure you've got a wisdom. Say here's some wisdom for the day, and you can use the tag as inspire, motivate. What's up, Trash? And well, he's not going to respond to you because he's trash. That's some people pick the funniest names on YouTube, and I was going to say, yeah, Athena. Literally, we expect that this channel will be first phase monetized. I think by maybe June, latest July. We're almost at 1,700 watch hours. If you ever want to help, you can just go to our old live streams and just watch them, because that'll count towards watch time and it'll happen a little bit more quickly. You sharing some wisdom? It looks like you're thinking. You're deep in thought, sharing some wonderful wisdom. The longest ones are like 11 hours, 45 minutes. Because when we get to 12, if we get beyond 12 hours, none of the watch time counts. I learned that lesson the hard way. I lost about 150 hours of watch time because I did a bunch of 24-hour live streams and got none of them. So yeah, if you could definitely fall asleep to them, and it should register as watch time for us. That would be awesome. And did you post or not yet?
I did post. Yep. So you want to check the job.
So do I have to refresh this, the admin jobs?
I do think so. Yeah, I do think so because I don't think the in progress jobs. In progress jobs 1. Okay, so if you hit in progress, that's a chat. Oh yeah, there it is. Notification. So it's been running already now for half a minute. And this is where I'm saying is that if while this job is running, 5 more people make a post, then it'll add 5 more jobs into there, and then each job, because if the jobs are going to be that large, if you're really going to choose to notify 1,000 people in the database, whether they've logged in for a year and a half or not, that might be a way to get your jobs down to not put so much stress on the queue service workers. But in theory, yeah, if 5 more people now posted right this minute while all those are going.
But this is a problem. Look, it says as long as the volume is manageable, under 2,000 jobs per day, the impact will be minimal. Look at that. This already has how many jobs?
Well, that's one job.
Oh, this is one job.
Right. Yep. That's why I said if this started to spawn into 5 or 10 more jobs like this, and see, it's already been running for half a minute. So if these start piling up one after the other, and you get like they said, if you got 2,000 of these backed up and each one takes a minute, this thing would be locking the database for. And that's when you definitely would want to pop out into, but even a separate post for a database that's just for jobs was still half the cost of the Redis database. So even if you do find yourself needing to leave the single database setup, which I thought could work for you for now, at least definitely, well, maybe not though, but it's definitely worth a shot. I think it was $9 for a Postgre database as opposed to $15 for the Redis. So if you had to have an entirely separate database, just so they're not competing, but I don't think that would be an issue necessarily, because I think you would have to have probably 5 people always on the site trying to do something. It looks like it finished 2 minutes ago. So yeah, it took 1 minute, so it was in queued for roughly 3 minutes and finished 2 minutes ago. So it took roughly a minute, and that's for a new post.
So you're saying if there are many multiple chat rooms with people talking?
Well, you're not gonna have. I don't think you're gonna have a problem with chat rooms, but yeah, if it grows to the point where you have. Well, even if you had 100 people across all your chat rooms, all chatting at the same time, and they all hit send at the exact same time, that's only going to send 100 jobs. So if you had like 2,000 users, all active, all online, all chatting, and they all hit send all at the same exact time, then you'd have 2,000 jobs all at the same time. But even that would only take about a couple of seconds to process all.
But let's say one of these notification jobs starts, and then
that one,
you send a chat message. Do we have to wait for notification job to finish before the chat message displays?
Well, how it's set up now, you make a good point. That's how it is set up now, yes. They would go chronologically. So actually, yeah, because what you would actually want to do is set this. See, they're all just going into a default queue. There should be a, like the chat message relay job should have its own queue, really, and that should be like a high priority queue. The other one, like notification job, that could be set to like background. Yeah, I do think you're right, because I do think if you commented on my post right now, and then immediately went and tried to send a chat, I bet we would see that chat sitting behind the
let me try this.
Yeah, we could test that.
Let me do a comment. If your character is what you really are, while your reputation is merely what others think you are. Ooh, This is a good one. In that case, my character is fantastic. All right, so now let's go to the chat room and see if I can test. Oh, it worked.
It went right in. Okay, what does your jobs look like?
In progress 1, finished was the chat relay job. It happened in less than 10 seconds. And the notification job is happening.
Okay, so it did go, the chat still went through even though this one is still running. Because I think, okay, so yeah, that would work. Because I think each worker has so many threads. So that job must be taking one thread. Your chat was able to sneak around it. Yeah.
Now, but does this mean it's not going to give you an instant on the home page? Go to the home page and see if you got a notification that I responded.
On my home page, okay.
Under responses to my posts.
Okay. Okay, it's loading. Still loading.
Oh, the job's finished. Let me do another. Leave that open.
I got 2 unread notifications. It says Monroe Mann 43 seconds ago.
Let me just do a another comment on your, and let me do and here is some. So stay on your homepage there. Don't leave. Wisdom for you. Is a smart woman. Okay, I'm going to post this reply. I want to see if it comes up immediately, okay?
Okay.
And, okay, it's posted. Did it change? Don't refresh the page.
Oh, don't refresh the page. Shoot. I refreshed the page.
Oh.
But no notification yet. But so you're saying once this finishes, it should just pop in like...
No, not finishes. Like it should be immediately. Like on Sidekick, it happened immediately. I would do a reply, and it would immediately show.
Show, right? Like so, it pops in just like the live chat with the action cable. Oh yeah, it just popped in here a second ago. Just popped in. So yeah, it took. So you hit that, and then it showed up. It did show up in real time, but there was a little bit. It didn't, because it's not going to update
until the job is done.
Well, until that. Well, how's it set up? Let's see. Where is it running the? I think that is how it's set up. Well, the job is still running, I believe. No, it's not. So the job is finished. Let me take a look in the job notification job. It creates the notification. So what's responsible for? So action cable is set to listen for when that gets created. So I would say as soon as that record gets created in the database is when it should send out. Oh, let's see after transaction.
Oh, it says if there's a sudden spike in notification jobs, chat messages might be delayed or vice versa. If you want priority jobs, you need to implement a priority system which might not be supported in solid queue.
Yeah, they've got that. Because part of this information is probably also from solid queue. Because solid queue now is different from solid queue last year. But yeah, I definitely agree with what they're saying. The thing to watch for is going to be, are there any failed jobs? And but more importantly, the point you brought up is that it's not ace like the queues. There's only one queue, the default queue. I don't have anything set up in the priorities. Let's see. There you go to the queue file and. But yeah, I kind of think that it might be good for you to try to get the number of jobs down a bit, because I remember you saying if we were going to delete notifications that were stale, you said you wanted to potentially keep around 4 months from when they last logged in. But then you said you had found that script. The 40 active members, 30 chat, 20 job. The workload doesn't seem too heavy for solid queue, but they don't know that your 20 notification jobs each have 1,000 notification. Well, that's one job. So if you have 20 jobs per day, that's not. I think what they're saying is correct. But if all 20 of those jobs, or even like probably 5 of those jobs, all happen at the exact same time, like within a minute, then you might have a concern on your hands. Like if 5 different people come in and do a new, their introductory post because they all signed up at the same time because they just watched your YouTube live and they want to sign up now, and all 5 of them go and sign up and submit their post all at the same time, at the exact same time, which seems unrealistic because you'd have to approve them all at the same time, and then they'd have to.
But we have a bunch of members. If the mobile app succeeds in bringing lots of people, I think that mobile app is going to make a lot of people start posting. And again, I don't think it's likely that it's going to be exactly the same time. I agree. I don't know. Like, is upgrading to this? You think it'll help us for? I mean, are we going to end up having to downgrade, upgrade back to Redis and Sidekick like in the next 4 months or something, or are we good for a while?
Well, I mean that's really kind of hard to say. It depends. I don't know how long you're. I guess that kind of depends on a couple of things, like how long you plan to stay with Heroku and doing that. And also,
you say real time. We don't care if it takes 1 second to post a live chat message, but if users have to wait 3 seconds, that's an issue.
Well, you already have to wait 20 seconds just for the homepage to load.
I'm talking about the live chat messages.
True. Yeah, you don't want too much lag time with that. My only concern is if we add a second queue, then that's gonna. I think I'm trying to recall if that adds an entirely another. Yeah, I wonder if
it says it says you're not going to see delays until you get up to about 300 plus jobs per day.
Yeah, because then that really starts to increase the likelihood that these jobs are actually occurring at the same time. Because right now they should be spread out enough. Like I noticed you had. I don't know, it was weird because I went into the metrics and your web server had doubled its RAM. It freaked out around 5 o'clock p.m. I think it said on the 19th or 17th, one of them. But it wasn't even 5 o'clock yet. So I was like, wait, what's going on? It was like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it said at 5 p.m. So I didn't know if they meant the day before, but it was like in the logs. So, I mean, as it stands, you already have some performance issues. Let's see, request timeout.
There was a request timeout?
Nope, I'm not seeing any. Let's see, the memory usage. Wait, right, so right now. Okay, the web usage, see, it's hit a max here. The maximum, yeah, the RAM did seem to spike and double, but that was at 11:30. See, that's where it gets confusing. It says that so according to this thing, the memory, there was a request timeout. Memory was exceeded at 11:30 p.m. today.
That was last night.
Oh, well, the 20th?
Well, 11:30 p.m.
Well, it says Thursday the 20th, 11:30 to 11:40. Oh, UTC. What's 11:30 UTC in Central Time? Hmm. 6:30 a.m. So it's saying 11:30 a.m. in Central Time is 6:30 a.m. So it says at 6:30 this morning. That does make sense. Well, no, I'm trying to think if I had. No, there's no recurring jobs set up.
It says the app crashed yesterday?
No, it didn't. Well, it doesn't say that. It just it's giving you a warning here. Let me see. Is this production? Let me make sure. Yep, production. No, it's saying that there's some spikes in your memory. The app didn't crash, but it's saying that like a request timed out. So that could even be like that slow. Oh no, the JavaScript never times out. It always completes. Yeah, looks like it happened around 6:30 this morning. But there's no errors in the logs. So it's just warning you that you are getting a spike where your memory goes above. But that's always happened too. Yeah, because I don't think Heroku minds the little spikes, but I think it's when it like stays there and doesn't resolve itself, then they pretty much might start knocking on your door saying, it's time to upgrade your dyno. And that's where I'm kind of saying that I think the best thing, I don't know, it definitely would be a potentially bumpy ride and not, I'm not saying it would be necessarily without headaches, but I think if you could wrangle somehow a virtual server, you're not going to have to sit here and worry about an extra couple 100 megabytes of RAM being used.
Yeah.
So that I would definitely consider that. You said you had, are you on the free tier with Amazon, a light sale? Because I was looking at their thing, their product, their pricing page, and it seemed like they have a promotion, or they have a free tier. And it
Well, we get a through TechSoup we pay like $100 a year, and we get $1,000 grant
through Amazon,
through AWS. Yeah.
So you could be having your hosting for free.
Yeah. Well, for $100 a year, which would be like
a year,
like $9 a month or $8.50 a month, which would be really great.
Yeah, and what I read said well, I don't know. It did seem to stay. Well, they made it seem like right now they're doing 3 months for free. Like if you come to Lights Out, I thought I read that said try it out for 3 months, because obviously if you went on there right now and set up a virtual server, you know, if you just set up with your, well, I don't know if if you set it up probably with like your brake diving email or whatever. I don't know if you have one for like services, but
Look, I can. Let me just show you, just so you know what we have.
yeah, because I'm not saying it would be finished immediately, but there might be some things to work out. But if you could play around and get the same thing running how you got it running there, and paying, I think you said you're paying upwards of like $40 or $60.
No, we pay about $85 a month for Heroku. Now with that staging, it's probably $100 a month.
Okay. Yeah, because you can get a 4 gigs of RAM for $20. So I would say you might push a little past your grant. Like instead of $9 or $8, you might be sitting at around 12 or maybe 15. But a few bucks a month is not super unmanageable. Yeah, 80 is the 80. I remember those prices because that was when I used to consider just hosting my own server at my house, and I did, and it worked.
That's cool.
For my little site, you know, just your little portfolio website, you know, nobody's really visiting that in large amounts though, so it doesn't really matter too much where it's hosted.
Well, not now. I hope in the future.
Well, no, that was way in the past when I first got started with static websites. Oh yeah, you're getting in there. Yeah, I think you'll fall in love with it. I think you will. I know. I really liked it.
See, we got everything here. We've got any service we want. Like we use Amazon Simple Email Service to do the emails.
Mm-hmm.
For now, we do S3 to save the photos.
And those are probably all in the free
And let me just look at billing.
Oh, to see if you're even hitting past your free.
Yeah, we used.
Last month's cost $40.
Whoa, $134 on what?
There was a 300% increase compared to last month's total costs.
That's really weird. Look at that. Okay. March went up bonkers. Why?
You probably set up
EC2?
Yeah, go over to EC2. You set up an EC2 instance and probably in the free tier and forgot about it. Maybe forgot.
Where do we do it?
Go back to that first page or up.
Oh, it's Amazon Relational Database Service. So we want to get rid of that.
Oh, it's the relational database. So you've been paying for a database in both Heroku and Amazon. Well, yeah, go to, we'll type in
Aurora and RDS?
Yeah, check that one. Yep, the RDS. It said EC2, so you might have searched EC2 though. But yeah, let's see if you have one database instance there, one resource at the top.
So we can delete that.
Yeah, look at it and see. Okay, so you've got the BD community database, Postgre, a micro in size. T3 micro, scroll over to the right. No sessions active, so it's just a dead server sitting there. So
we can delete this, right?
Take a screenshot of that though.
Of what?
Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I was just gonna say, yeah, I would probably delete that because you're not using it. Nobody's connected. I'm assuming you had set that up when it was in its free tier. DB instance certification expired. When did that happen? Last year. Scroll down a little bit. Okay, so you're the.
Yeah, the certificate expired last summer, which means clearly we're not using it.
Yeah, this has been set up for a while. Being a nonprofit, you might be able to reach out to that Amazon support that looks like you're also being billed for. But that's probably through that grant.
Should I click delete?
The server?
What do you think?
DBT3 micro. Yeah, it's not saying how much it costs each month, but.
But it did say that we just paid $100 for that.
Or 50. It said something. Yeah, well. Yeah, your whole entire bill, because it said this month's projected to go up 300%. Last month it said you paid 50 or something like that. So yeah, I would. You don't need it at this moment. Yeah, I would turn it off to stop the charges. And the only way it might be useful is if you did switch over here. But I still don't know that you. I don't know. That kind of might defeat the purpose of saving the money.
Oh, delete me.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you might be able to reach out to them and ask if they could credit that back. But it might have been better to leave it for them to see that it's not actually active. But they should be able to look.
They should have a record.
There's no activity on it. There's been, it must have got set up while you were. Yeah, you could just tell them one of my volunteers must have set this up when we were testing something and we just forgot all about it.
There was a guy that was trying to set us up on EC2 and Light Sail. This was like 3 years ago. And I think he might have created that in the end. I don't know why the price would spike suddenly.
Well, maybe if you're outside of your free tier.
Why is it taking so long to delete this? Did it delete?
DBT3 micro.
Let me see, is it gone? Is it still there? No, status is deleting. Let me ask support center.
Wow. Yeah, so just that database server. Yeah. Oh, let's see if they've got pricing. I was just curious what they actually even charge for that. Get started for free. No, I want to know what it's going to cost. So it says you get 750 hours per month for free under the general purpose GP2, but they were on the T3 is general purpose.
Paying for an RDS database that we never used. Hi, I just logged in today and saw we were charged a lot of money for an RDS instance that we haven't used in years. In fact, the certificate expired in August of 2024. We are a not-for-profit. We have volunteers who help. It appears a volunteer created this RDS instance and never deleted it. Is there a way to get a credit for all this trouble? Also, how much money do we still have remaining on our TechSoup grant for this year? And when does that have to be renewed? Thank you.
I guess that's a good thing I was bugging you about, right? So
Yeah, look, I would never have Gone here to check, and transaction ID is recommended. They say it's recommended, but it's required.
Well, yeah, that's recommended. Well, you could put the, yeah, maybe they just think you're talking about one specific invoice. Yeah. You're like, no, all of the invoices. Going down. That was an interesting way to do it.
I love when we're writing here and they want solve now. I don't want solve now. Why do you think I don't want your silly, no, contact us, web, submit. What's your email? You want to get an email?
Yeah, sure, Gmail.
Stephen, don't say it out loud because I'm on this. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so that's good. Let me just go back to billing. Billing.
Yeah, I was not expecting to see that. That seems pretty expensive.
Yeah, for a lot of money, you're not even using
Yeah.
the database. It's weird that it jumped. Yeah, it must have been a free thing for like a year or something like that, or 2 years, or.
Yeah. I know. I know. I've done that in the past. Had the post New Year's.
Yeah, last month cost for the same period $43. Now it's $134. Here's the credits thing. I think it's under credits. You can see how much credit we still have for the year. Total use 300, remaining $697.
Whew, looks like you caught it.
Expiration date October 31st. So actually, let me add that to my calendar. One second.
So you better spin up a light cell server and start working for you then.
June, July, August, September, October.
July. I'm seeing October.
Yeah, I'm on my calendar. I'm putting it here in October.
Oh.
AWS grant. End of month. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. We're getting all of this money given to us by Amazon. Why not use it?
I think you should test it out because even
Buy Athena.
Yeah, because you can even start off with us. Like, yeah, just go to Lightsail right now and see. I bet you that, because I saw something just that was for the general public that said 3 months for free. I wonder for you being on a grant and still having, I don't know if you still have a free tier. I think every year, though, you get certain resources. Isn't that right?
I don't know.
I don't always follow it, but. Okay. Learn about. You can use Lightsail Instance free for 90 days. So that'd give you 90 days to try to figure out how to migrate off no charge before they even started deducting 12 to 20. Because I don't know. They have different sizes, but I'd say the 2 gig or the 4 gig is where you'd want to be sitting right around.
So instead of 500 megabytes memory, we would get like 4 gigs of memory.
Right. Yep. And that's just, and then it would start, and then you could even set it up to switch to swap. So it would start using the SSD.
So skip for now.
Just crashing, but.
Well, cool. So this is a possibility. Maybe once once we get things all solid, quote unquote, and get finish the notification thing and this and that.
Yeah, no, I agree.
We could look into going over here.
Now, is that something you wanted to, or were you interested in maybe, yeah, because I don't know. Um, yeah, I just think that I'm trying to think if you'd want to do a milestone with like the bootstrap, upgrading bootstrap, and then kind of switching it. The goal would be to upgrade bootstrap to from 4 to 5, and then set up the stimulus and the hotwire setup with import maps, and have import maps take over the JavaScript. Because like right now, you just have it in assets JavaScripts. So all your JavaScripts are in the assets directory, but those could move to the right up to the app directory with the import maps, and that seems definitely doable.
So we would use Bootstrap 5 with Stimulus and Hotwire. No problem.
Yep, correct.
Okay.
Yep, and it does look like they, from what I was researching, because I was trying to see how much work this would actually be, just with how you have things set up, and it looks like, because I know you have some jQuery integration, but it looks like Bootstrap 5 can still be used with jQuery. They just don't ship with it by default. So, but it would be my recommendation also to try to get rid of jQuery if you could. I don't know how dependent. So does your site, do you know, does it use jQuery UI, or it's mostly just using the Bootstrap?
I think it's using mostly a lot of the Bootstrap methods.
Okay, so not really too much with the jQuery UI components and stuff like that?
I believe so. There may be a couple of components, but not. I don't think it's a massive amount.
Okay. Yeah, it didn't look. Yeah, your JavaScript doesn't look too crazy. It looks pretty manageable. Because a lot of these files are empty or just have one little method on them. But yeah, I think that would be huge, because I think loading in all of those extra JavaScript files that are no longer required. This setup you have is like prime Rails 5 era. It's like really good. So if you could get rid of a lot of that extra JavaScript, because I can't remember what it is, but I think for every certain number of kilobytes of JavaScript, it adds like a second of load time to your website. So interesting.
Also, I found that for some people, a lot of our members use phones that don't have JavaScript on them.
That don't have JavaScript on them, really?
Yeah. And
that's interesting.
And I get people who say I can't create a profile, and usually it's because they don't have JavaScript, a browser that uses JavaScript, or something like that.
So then it might be pretty important for you to still support unsupported browsers.
Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Well, would those users be able to use the mobile app?
What's that?
Would those users be able to use the mobile app?
Well, the mobile app is usually what... Oh, the mobile app. Yeah, the mobile app should be fine.
So it's just when they try to go in...
I think when they're going... That's why I think the mobile app, I think, will solve a lot of problems for a lot of people.
Okay. Yeah, I think so. Because I do remember a period of time where people would... I even thought about that a lot, too. It's trying to maintain two versions. One that is like your classic that didn't even use... That's like fully server-side rendered and uses virtually no JavaScript. But that's getting harder and harder to even fathom.
It's not too big of a concern. It's like we want to encourage people to make their lives better. Well, then get a phone that uses JavaScript. Come on. All right, so I guess we're all set with this for now. Solid cue.
Yeah, so far it's looking good. So far everything's looking good there. Well, yeah. So yeah, like right now it's the worker is sitting at around 89%, 400 megs. So I think so. Like the Redis worker seems to sit around 200. This one seems to sit around 300. And then it like bursts up. But yeah, I would say let's just keep watching it. So far, everything looks promising.
Okay, so that's good. So the next thing to go back and do the bullet job, all that bullet thing, but nothing with notifications, posts, or comments.
Okay.
That'll make it easier for us to troubleshoot. Most of those bullet things are simple things that are very straightforward, just CRUD.
Mm-hmm.
We can get that back online. Then we can do the final thing and see if there's something that we can do with the comments and the notifications, speeding that up. Something for you to think about. I'm trying to. What do we have to do for for updating to Hotwire Stimulus and stuff? You're saying first is upgrade the site to Bootstrap 5. Second would be to get rid of. What if we're getting rid of jQuery? What are we replacing it with?
JavaScript.
So we're gonna replace the jQuery with JavaScript, but then we're gonna do Hotwire Stimulus to get rid of the JavaScript.
Yeah, because well, jQuery was very great in its time, you know, and it still is pretty useful. But the world of JavaScript has just caught up and moved on. And not only did it catch up, but it's just kind of moved on. And
No, but my question is why don't we just switch from jQuery to Hotwire Stimulus? Why are we going to go to jQuery to JavaScript and then move all the JavaScript to Stimulus Hotwire?
Well, because you can't get rid of jQuery. Well, you can. So you could do that in theory if you don't use any of the included Bootstrap JavaScript things like tooltips, popovers, pop-ups, nav bars, anything that requires JavaScript. Bootstrap 4 depends on jQuery. That was what people were excited about with Bootstrap 5 was that they finally.
I see. We're upgrading. So basically, upgrading to Bootstrap 5 and getting rid of the jQuery would happen in the same PR.
Possibly, it doesn't have to, but possibly because you also use jQuery in just like your other. So like rather than writing vanilla JavaScript and just saying, you know, on this page, look for this class, and then load it up and loop through like the list items and delete this one.
Uh-huh.
Instead of just writing that in JavaScript, it's like reaching for a shortcut tool, saying $, look here. You know, so instead of saying like document.html classes, you know, it's just a different syntax. But JavaScript is caught up pretty good. I know there's a script I was looking at that kind of helps automate some of that. But yeah, I can show you. I don't know.
I'm basically trying to figure out what's the next step for doing this. Is it to upgrade Bootstrap 5, then do the get rid of the jQuery, then to. And how big of a job is it to change the entire site over to Hotwire Stimulus? Is that a huge job?
Well, you don't have a huge amount of reactivity right now, but because you're still going to be able to use Bootstrap for all of the Bootstrap-y things like the like your nav bar toggler. You can still lean on that for those things, but like for instance the notifications, yeah, it's just going to be far easier. Like right now on your home page JS, are you seeing my screen now? Or?
Yeah. This Zoom
So
room is
like-
probably going to get deleted soon.
So you see this here?
Yeah.
How it said,
Yeah, that's jQuery.
right, so it's just, it would basically be something more like document, first child or first element, and then you
Yeah.
pass. Right, so it's just a slightly different syntax rather than the shorthand. So this method would be called on something like what I just did instead of the $sign. So it'd just be, and I think there's a script that automates like some of this easier stuff.
And what about turbo frames? Would we put every single page into a turbo frame?
Well, that might be getting ahead of yourself. I'm not sure what your strategy, how you'd want to do that, because you can leverage both Hotwire and or Stimulus to do different things based on your task. So Hotwire is kind of like your turbo links now. It'll keep it keeps your layout. So like imagine your layout file. It keeps all of that because that never really changes too much usually from page to page, but that yield statement is pretty much what just gets swapped out in your layout. So your header and footer, so that's what I think you're meaning when you say in the frame. So like if you clicked on, I think some of you've already got some of that going right now. It's just using turbo links instead of they just updated the library from turbo links to Hotwire turbo. So turbo would have to be upgraded from turbo links to turbo. Import maps would be added to implement the stimulus JS and for loading all the JavaScript, and that would pass it back to Sprockets to be bundled and get it ready through the asset pipeline to work with your current CSS solution. If you drop SAS, because now too, that's what I mean. Once you upgrade to, I would say starting with Bootstrap 5 would be the meal ticket. Once you get out, once you get away from having to use jQuery, then that's when the options. That's when you're a kid in a candy store at that point.
All right. So I guess something for you to think about too is like, let's think about. I'll do some more research on it as well. I want to make like if you just log in, I just want things to go. I know Turbo and Stimulus will make things go faster. If we don't need to update them immediately, then we don't have.
I think your biggest speed improvement though is going to be in your JavaScript area. That's where I would focus. Getting rid of as many files that you don't need as possible. Like if you go into your application JS, you've got jQuery, Tether, Popper, jQuery UI, jQuery UJS, jQuery Validate, jQuery Form to Wizard, jQuery Easy to Complete. Oh, autocomplete. Charts. Are you using charts? I'm trying to.
We were. It was in the quarterly requirements thing, and it doesn't. The quarterly requirements has a bug. We have to fix that. So.
Well, there's been a lot of cool improvements to charts, like Chart Kick and all those friends. Local time needs to be updated anyway. That one you definitely use. Turbo links gets moved over. Action menu chosen, and then you've got some custom things and tricks. But that's jQuery UI, jQuery UI. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I gotta go walk the dog. I'll be back in a little bit. I'm gonna zoom in on the painting as I usually do, and be back soon. What's up? I'm back. Hey, Mom. Did you stop by? Yeah. Hey, Mom. Always know that. You're never a bother.
So what's up with you today?
I'm doing LinkedIn coding stuff and reading this book on LinkedIn marketing. LinkedIn.
Oh.
Yeah, and I'm trying to get the Google tracking code working on the site as well, and so
Very good.
yeah.
I can't stand still.
Oh, here, come take your pill.
I'm just curious, do you have an appointment with the doctor soon?
In a week. Just let's talk about the urologist. Want to try this sparkling white grape juice? It was fun playing the golf yesterday. Wasn't that nice?
Oh, it was.
I haven't played in so long. And I always had so many nice memories of playing golf with you up in Maine and Westchester. Yeah. Let's do a whole full 18 holes. So that's the your side. Yes. That's quick. There it is. Sparkling white grape juice. You like it? Want some more? More or no? That's fine. No, it's important. We're gonna. Hey, here. Fruit strips, Ron. Hey, the good news is, the only thing you complain about now is your dizziness, which means this bladder medicine is doing wonders. It used to be you were constantly complaining about the bladder, and I don't think it's as an urgent thing for you anymore. Just take the whole thing. Put it in your mouth.
I get it.
Yeah. You like it? Good. Okay.
Is it warm outside?
It's pleasant.
Oh, the breeze is nice. Was someone in that apartment right across?
Yeah.
Looks nice. It's also white. For a second, excuse me. God. You seem in a very good mood. I'm glad to. You seem to be in a good mood. Like you're happy and in control.
I don't know if I'm happy or in control, but at least I feel like I've got some type of plan for breakdiving, and I think something positive can happen in the next.
When I turn
Next
on TV,
month.
sometimes it has your show come on, you know?
Yeah.
But how do I get in on it?
On live, you need to be on YouTube.
Yeah, it's on there and I press it and it'll let it just fine. I thought
And do
it-
you see me live sometimes?
Yeah.
Okay, good. This thing is going like gangbusters, isn't it? I mean, it was a small little plant, and now this thing is, this one is brand new. This one just grew up. Look at this beautiful thing.
The colors.
It's just amazing. It's amazing.
We're gonna have trouble transporting that long.
Yeah, we could transport it across town. I don't know if we could transport it farther than that.
It's beautiful. Have you been out?
Yeah, we went for a walk. Don't you remember?
To this morning, gosh. Beautiful, yeah, that's right. It's an owl.
Yeah.
You like your hair really short? Is it easier